Hello, hello, hello. My name is Colin Gestalt, and welcome to the stream. Tonight we will be continuing Of the Devil, Episode 1. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish it, since apparently this episode is pretty long. But we'll see how long, how far in I can get. Yeah, I didn't look through a specific guide, but I did look up on, how long to beat. And it is like, I think 8 hours on just normal playthrough, and obviously streaming is gonna add a lot of time because you're having to actually read out the dialogue. So we'll see how far I can get. Anyway, let's get into the actual game. Okay. I think we're a bit past this. Yeah, we just met this girl. Yes. Yeah, here we are. We just got to the point where we could, look around here. Huh. Interesting. There's a lot of contrast here, but it's also... kind of blurry. I don't know if that's just sort of the vibe it's meant to have or what. But yeah. Ready? What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No, guess it's some other hospital that got scrapped up. Hospital renamed thanks to Icaria family. In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown today, Potter Memorial Hospital was formally renamed the Northeastern Icaria Medical Complex in recognition of the family's incredible generous donations over the last several years. It's the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in the name change after they paid for the renovations to the orchestral hall and the retrofitting of what was used to be the Scout Arena. But it wasn't so long ago that the Icaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement in organized crime. After founding of Regen Medical over 25 years ago and its subsequent sale, the Icaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society. They're sometimes mockingly referred to as the Neo-Ability, a generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. The Icaria, because they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering their name wherever they can get themselves a new image. All the Neo-Ability are eager to prop up their image whenever they can. Must go double for the Icarias, assuming the truth about the criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. Okay, yeah, that must be something different. Laser. Just thought I saw something I could look at all the way down here. No, I'll just look around. I'm sure it'll go off once I have it, everything checked out. It's a lot of screens. There's gotta be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? Can't just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter when they do an inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need something. And I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back there was a +1 in the spreadsheet somewhere and no one's ever corrected it, and so boom. I get 4 new monitors every year. That's funny. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes, but this year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work? Helps me use up the screens. I see. Reminds me of Monty Ohm, rest in peace. When he was talking from Rooster Teeth, when he was talking about his sort of creative method where he'd have like 4 monitors. 3 were for like work, and then 1 was just constantly playing like James Cameron's Avatar. Are those all dead bodies? One would hope so. Only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which is it suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police, Doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of these jobs involves confirming a COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing, mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Finley says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defect liver mods, suspected leaking internal bio batteries, suspected CCIC, climate change induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does it mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% on life insurance payout. I mean, it's most of what I do. I don't dislike my job, it's just... so much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make a homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. She finishes up over there? Right, okay, so what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death? Oh wow, hi there, Oh wow, hi there, cute android. Didn't even realize it was really cute. Skin is... that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all got flushed. Felt like they were always running a fever. And they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted... sorry, the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right? So what can I tell you? Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure. We got that much figured out at least. Doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would have looked like? Lightheadedness followed by dizziness, and headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Report shows that EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, they're desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. And you're certain of all of this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it? Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I'm surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show he wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. He was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. Very certain about our conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in any cavities. Nothing at all, huh? Me. Articles... yes, just that. And then... new liability, slang term for new rich, new money, families that arose in the second half of the 21st century in global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly style themselves to nobility or even a second estate that administers global power amongst the first, government, and third, corporations. Users also frequently searched who are nobility families, how to marry into wealth, define nouveau. Biomonitor. Biomonitor is a generally used term for a wearable technology or implanted mods that monitor or provide feedback on individuals' vital signs. Commonplace among the affluent as additional layer of security, biome use is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sociologists and consumer trend analysts point to anxieties about the climate, pollution, and the stress of modern life as to why adoption of the biomonitors has met resistance. With modern medium wage earners, if one's health is already assumed to be poor, constant knowledge about its status might be considered uncomfortable. Biomonitors are also frequently employed by incarcerated, probation, and workplace health initiative programs. Toxicology. The police mentioned a tox screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a tox screen when he first arrived. Typical diagnose intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something. Tox screen gave them nothing. After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So when you're forced to conclude that this was a natural death, I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in the previous medical history. I managed to isolate a single non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to, and even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. So, a designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation. What the hell did you do, David? Said it didn't match any registered compound. What about the compounds that aren't registered? As friends of yours, private sector folks? Yeah, and the pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record? In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find use later. Yeah, patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart, using international IP laws as your own personal minefield. How so? Never your head, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago, then you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger. They could punch back. For the rest of the field, wow, the corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you come up with that strategy just now? So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance, something that the hospital could have easily identified, if it wasn't considered as trade secrets. Yes, unfortunately that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only or controlled substance, one you might know by another name, but with a patented structure? Sorry, sweetheart, it's general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that might have the effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. The effect was unremarkable. What about his strength? Could you estimate how much of the stuff he had in his body, all told? Not precisely, no. Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life. But I guess that must have been About 20 milligrams? Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for medicine. So that wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No, not for 20 mil. Was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Thank you, Yumi. Of course, so you ready to view the body? We could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay then, let's get started. Okay, let me see, evidence. Talk screen, and then David's autopsy. Declared dead. Approximately 20 milligrams. What is talk screen? Send attending physicians back to med school. Send apologies to attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare. Then, yeah. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please, thank you. Last time we talked was on a Sunday. We were complaining. I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right, you had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. It became damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. Gently reminded you how, with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. I kindly offered you to throw it out for you, since you're having so much trouble letting it go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right and it was obvious. Should've let you have that one. Thought that he would look different. But looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale. He's very still. His face is the same. His hair, his hands. You're expecting something more drastic? Last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled and told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead. Something is gone. I can't find the difference. Trying to look harder, but I think I might just not be capable of it. I wonder why. Why is created not to be capable? Could be an issue of skill. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. Just there, I guarantee it. Seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, distinction has significance. The dead, at the very least. Going to smoke? Here? Now? I'll pay the fine. It's not the issue. You expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. The hell? The hell want this thing light? Adonai. You have your cigarette backwards. Alright, that's back into cold storage for him. So, need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth, let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, with hexagonal structures. So it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements too. I have to speculate on its intended use based on what we know of its structure. It certainly acted like a depressant, binding the receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. Depressants are usually rare in this designer drug scene. People are always looking for a higher high or crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to head up the gray market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. That's very Rockford's orders got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for this whole weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you, Greenie. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. on ramps, down off ramps, above skyways and under tram lines. Buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Locke, Quinn, Eths, Neither, Nith, each of them sheltering their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath the skyscraper's shadows. Whale Fall, the entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. One second, is that a real word? Whale Fall. Putting them... Oh, it is a real word. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I guess if a large enough organism is, like, present, it would be able to create its own sort of ecosystem by just existing. Bone structures would probably create their own little habitats or environments that have some amount of complexity. And all that meat and such would probably be not food for plenty of different animals. Go. Living off the fetid, rotted fat of the leviathans that shallow generations of people by the mouthful. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do you really have to disclose that? Nobel lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answered I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis, relationships, they're typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? Noble would have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they'll let me walk, who they'll let me talk to. History. Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will... How did you know my father? What? Sorry, did I interrupt your brooding? No. What did you ask? My father. I know you were his friend. What was your relationship like? Can you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media, and your online presence is... not significant. You saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school, or anything else really. Even though he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share then? Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first? He was the one who asked the most questions, not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger, because he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue and sometimes to ask for help. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly, the belle of the ball? You weren't? One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for this tech course. There was a midterm on something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though, wanting to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. 21? He was already fried at that point, wasn't trying to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying? No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room, told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast, because the taste was so strong. You gave him a placebo. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in. In the test, B+, I think. I'm surprised that father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published this paper, Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with the title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the years since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. Oh. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything, really. A lot of conversations went like that. He talked to me about whatever personal problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. At the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Nobel's offer, and they took over his education, paid him to work his masters during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Nobel may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. You're referring to his one-point doctrine, quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously they got over their distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Nobel's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service, even though he was making money hand over fist. Still kept in contact with nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put down a down payment on my apartment, then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were in fact friends? I am. Adonai, favor you without him. What was it for? That's private, understand? I have zero interest in telling you about it with you. Say you understand? I understand, Adonai. Be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? Just tell them that David's lawyer is here. Mobile Electronics Northeastern HQ, sublobby A8. Oh, wow. Nice. Feels like an SMT dungeon. Been here, sat right here in the lobby waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor, could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they need to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up their blueprints. Various minds of each generation coming together just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Adonai, is there something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long they'll be to keep waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass time by glaring around the space, it'll improve my mood. To think this is only one room. The complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of rock by waves, like it's always been here. That's the con. This place was actually natural. There'd be debris, birds everywhere. Hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because what they do to the ones they got it. Probably because of what they do to the ones that got in. I'm kidding. I don't have a better explanation. Watch, yeah. So much energy, so many people. Also intense. Kidding me? It's Saturday, the place is half empty. Doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all possibly be doing? Making work for themselves? You can be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there has been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Is there really nothing else to look at? There was something. Oh, there we go. They changed the logo again. Nobel Electronics. How's it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you? It's just the corporation where my father worked. Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company. I said it again, the company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So it can't be... So it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that? Is it just a part of the corporate culture? Nobel is one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. Our mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of everything that size, no matter where you live or how off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo is above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Nobel's timetable, at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Nobel must feel big enough to be the only company there is. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me to first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. Morgan? That's me? Hey there. Android Manufacturing, Quality Control, Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. Evan Dawes, he says, like it's an afterthought. What's name compared to the place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar. I'm David's lawyer. Oh, then we must have... Apologies. Let me first just say how sorry I am about him passing. His hands look fucked up. Is he a robot? No, he doesn't have a barcode anywhere. Oh wait, he probably has modded hands, yeah? You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. I was on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, workloads in QA are... Never mind, how can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android. Yes, that's unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm, it goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. The barcode's clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got in file. Well, you sent the right man for the job, now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope? It's in the building. In the building? That could make anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. The production line on B9 should be everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functioning production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and what shape or size, then we come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. Have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests? Smart. How long have you only... So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets? No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding, there are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see. Who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way? Clearly, nothing happens here without an almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. Basement floor 9. No, that really is just a factory. It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? Oh yeah, I didn't get to look through Poison, nothing new for Soundhouse. And then Profiles, DAWs. Born on August 1st. Jeep Supervisor. Android Manufacturing Quality Control. Likes hammocks, calligraphy, pale ale. Dislikes first aids, conference calls, 5 o'clock shadow. Proud of his practice handshake. Struggles with solving captchas. Hair starting to gray. 39 chips. Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I just got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so I'll have at it. Better take full advantage. I'll need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. Adonai? I don't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. Yeah? God, it is so, like... I know I'm just, filleting this game a lot, but it's genuinely amazing how many, like, 3D environments they have that are just, like... that show up for, like, probably 1 or 2 scenes. What's being built out there? Top of the line, brand new bestsellers, the Animate 16 Warm. Looks kinda cold out there. Keep the factory floor refrigerated. Goes down the organics already turning metabolic activity to a minimum. Explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. Flesh out there is somewhat rotting, slowly. Just meant I was surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the 16s have alloys endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. It's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. Not that you can grow just about anything from Lax Gemini, but how do you get the synthetic and the organic to work together? Yeah, it was our first concern with R&D began work on the worm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle. It was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just right. For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin, but digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscle flex when they passed an electric current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Look like puppets strung on live wires. You use the test footage to haze interns actually. Must have figured something out. The A-16 won't look out of place in the runway. Thank you, we try. We ended up reaching out to the mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out half a dozen of them, but right. They figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just need to get a mechanical nervous system to move living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not by electricity. You have to do the opposite. Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids would use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did that breakthrough come from, Dr. Asher? Partially. He led the team that built the modern neurons in this anthology. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. But the synthetic analog serotonin is actually an old brainchild from the VP of the Android Futures, Helen Young. Young? Hasn't even mentioned Dr. Young before. Sounds impressive. He's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not sure time for individual lab work when you get her kind of pay grade. So Young collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever one is there that makes the android so distinct, she couldn't have taken sole credit for. Young, did you partner with her on this? It seems to share some components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. Dawes does quality assurance. Is that some kind of android calibration device? It's probably what he'll use to register Sarah. Is Sarah tall enough to be recognized? For it to recognize her? Something out there that caught my eye when I came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. I squint through the glass on the floor. There are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through glass and plastic flows, an eye-catching scarlet that transitioned into... See, add the blood towards the end? You mean the oxidant? Yeah, definitely late in the process. Something out of place? Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such. But it isn't red, it's pink. Something milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just don't think the oxidant would be red. Oh right, sorry, I barely noticed it at this point. The color is natural, comes from the biomanufacturing process. That chromophage, though out there, removes the byproducts of the waste, the excess pigment, changing it from blood red to psychopop pink. Without the chromophage, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors. That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal, the side of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against his face, no one bats an eye. I don't really know if Morgan should be the one talking about the weight of violence. You know. Inhaler left out on the desk, probably half a dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. Dawes, the inhalers, they're distributed by the company, correct? Oh, yeah, HR handles it. Personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on your performance and job fulfillment reviews. Other corporations do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so you can't have your employees losing focus on the job. Could have cost you who knows how much in lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, overdose is common in the company. Yeah. Yeah, he says. Um, overdoses, that is, not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. These days? Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, it used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there, swallow red after brushing your teeth and get into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to the personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. It's great to hear. The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. Yeah, I know, right? Purge. The act of emptying one's stomach contents by inducing vomit, triggering the gag reflex, or using laxative to stimulate a bowel movement. Yeah. Yeah, if one were to... Yeah, that's kind of a thought I had with, looking at the salt shaker and how it was loose. Just the idea of, like, it's possible that, whoever this guest was tried to, like, get David to drink a bunch of salt water to purge his stomach, because I know that is a method to cause purging, of just drinking a bunch of salt water and then your body can't take it, obviously, so you vomit. What's he got on this data pad? Some kind of write-up? The subject of Sullivan's Peak. Much of our world today, in fact, much of our world's economy, is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation of the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that is system in nearly every industry on the planet. There's a very simple, primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys, like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble Slay's products are being sold under. There are deep, deep trenches between these two ends. Where products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The Uncanny Valley will no doubt remain an useful tool for teaching, marketing, and design for generations to come, but already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It's now becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected, and it may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking to the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who in the most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which therefore has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters in their for very divided world, Sullivan demonstrates that the Uncanny Valley does in fact have its own peak on the other side, point past which making an artificial intelligence any more human in its features serves only to make the user's experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach a point where the designers of ads can only add so much of their creation less lifelike or less likable, hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we ask? Oh, looks like you forgot to sign in this device. Drop your thumbprint below, and it'll get you squared away so we can keep rating. Yeah, I mean, surprised to find reading material like that around here. Are they passing around as a gag? Are they really afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be... wary of it. Peak does exist, they're coming on planet fast now, orders are warm. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry, could go bottoms up if people start to think it's cruel. If there is any indication of where their androids are headed, could seem some people getting uncomfortable. Yeah, I mean, the episode literally starts on seeing an android get like hit with a rock and start bleeding down his face. Um so I'd imagine the idea of, okay, but what if it wasn't sort of a cold android, and what if it just like started bleeding and like screaming and crying because of getting hit? Um is like that definitely caused some concern more than any sort of animosity that could be made about how like, oh, androids are stealing your job or whatever. Feels like I've seen this one before. That's right, there was one in David's lab. And that's the Nanograde Elementary Manufacturer, Nanofacture for short. A real high quality piece of machinery, each of them built in-house by Randock and Industries, or mechanics. What does it do? Nano level flash fab. What is flash fab? A method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilize parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. Nanomachines have been around for the better part of the century, but the time and resources required for their construction through traditional means was historically prohibitively expensive, limiting the exploration and investment in nanotech. In the years since flash fabrication's introduction, the use of demand for nanomachines has exploded, and scientists, doctors, and product designers have found brand new niches for them across every industry. Concerns about the ecological impact of the surge in nanomachine construction have been raised, though the official stance on the Nanolife Industrial Lobbying Group have remained unwavering. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Sure. And yeah, Sullivan's Peak. Basically, a 3D printer for nanomachines. Build the nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids. The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution. 3D printer for nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. They feed into the nanoprinter and assembles the machines particle by particle. Like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of mechanically simple nucleic acids. Must be time consuming, you would think, but Randock cracked the code on the machine microfacturing. Inside's crystalline, sprawling like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. Finished product ends up at the center and drips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? It's sticky? Can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals when it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips Gabe could just have brought home from the office one day. Except bought his own, for some reason. All done? You ready to get the ad handled? Thanks for humoring me. So yeah, he might have... Jeans for 2 minutes. Yeah, he might have made... I mean, we literally just did, talk about how they have the poison was some compound, um but Is it possible that he somehow made it and then snuck it out and then took it to kill himself? Maybe. Is it also possible that somebody didn't like him for one reason or another and decided to just kill him? Also possible. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Thanks for humoring me. Can you have it step in? Can you have it step into the screener? As he says. Understood. Right then. Right then. What are we looking at here? Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here. We theorize that it may have been Asher's pincushion. Pincushion, huh? That explains some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on screen? Tess, you know, Tesseract, all noble products and all, well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed in Tess. Tesseract. Tesseract 4.6, better known as Tess, is the latest programming of the Tesseract programming language, built on top of the Tenet system and utilized in industries around the globe to code the software that allow androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment intelligently with the intersection. At the start of the century, there was much greater variety in the number of programming languages available with which to code. Globalization, the standardization of industry procedures, the gradual erasure of many spoken languages, spoken tongues contributed to the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. Today, Tess is virtually unchanged as a global lingua franca, programming language. Study and teaching of others, older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now this model, what's it go by? Sarah. The Sarah model. It's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Kinetic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing and emoting. Fortnite emoting. But there's a lot crammed in here that's still in development, like in the ideas phase. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage solars, I can't. No, wow, we had to measure it using. Hello, the poker face. Wait, decryption signal hijacking? That's hacking? Essentially. Does that mean it could hack into its own tenets? Oh no, that's unthinkable. Literally for an ad. Tenets. A programming framework underlying the development of all modern automated dependent software. Any and all contemporary supported programming languages are built upon the tenet system, allowing users to designate the series of inviolable priorities for which the code to pursue. Once added to a program, a tenet cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then, only if a tenet with a higher weight supersedes it. Tenets were first adopted in the field of company science as a trio of 3 priorities that governed how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to the human property should be prioritized. Okay, so like their laws of robotics. For an ad to break its tenets, it would be like you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of doing it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk in traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Doesn't mean there are androids. Well, no, there aren't any crazy androids, so yeah. Guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. So it can't hack itself. It was given the ability to hack other systems. The industry line is that such a capability would be an option in certain emergency scenarios. breaking through the firewall's encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to the police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars would be dependent on the center of gravity. Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression? In terms of computational ability, this estimate says can't be right. Look, Dawes, I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata, who worked on it and when. Right, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Getting logs have been purged. That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you could restore those logs? Not here. Not with this machine. Need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be? Sarah? You not answer that question with any accuracy. Had a feeling that you might say that. That's right. Sorry, I can tell you that the code is unique. Tens of A16 in there, a few of the same conclusions. It's just Dr. Asher, whoever took very different paths to get there. So Sarah has been even less in common with every other android on the inside. Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here. Not at all. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. Got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally we'd let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Then, gross. Right, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit? She is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. You fine with the designation, Sarah? You can set it to anything you like. Well, actually, never mind, Sarah will do. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info, if I can get from your crumbs. Do you want to reset the factory defaults? You clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. Last thing then is a grading. I'm rating 23 tenants here, nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23, that's higher than expected talking with it. Seemed more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. It used to be that they had 3 tenants total, and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents, and the first lawsuits, and then the hearings, and the legislature, and the demand for more tenants. Good at making sure ads can't endanger the state. A tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies want their assets covered. Customers want guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a requested tenant. The list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force. Sound like you don't agree? Wouldn't go that far. They wanted their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to, without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decision points to get there. I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenants, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects versus Zenith Dynamics. Sport Court sided with the company. The Supreme Court sided with the military's request and set up a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenants from a mandated list to the root of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist. It's funny, ads with the most tenants, they're so locked up you can't even have them have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like when you got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had every accurate algorithm for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly... That's a lot of digits. Just know these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. Is there really David's last and greatest work? Say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number... Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. You spoke differently back there. Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed. Like it copied his accent? You seemed to mirror his affect, his tone. Called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. You can choose to keep those things to yourself, you know. No tenant required. Why are you so concerned about registering me to the first place, Adonai? Same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate. Any cop or even just well-placed camera would have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer. No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. Android can't get arrested? People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great, you put us over the weight limit. I did no such... Morgan, counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Robot Android Futures, Helen Young. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very convenient, forceful, as if Nobel is trying to directly steer your investigation. If Nobel wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. Suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. Just let the elevator drop. July 1st. Nobel Electronics HQ. Executive Office. Young. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? Yeah, I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. Always like this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No, I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year as the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of robotic rainbow dancing on the surface of massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. Been very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Young. Just Miss is fine. Miss Young, I get the feeling you don't bring me up here to talk about the weather. Young. VP of Android Futures. Likes red meat, flower gardens, high thread counts. Dislikes working from home, shopping online, waiting. Learn 3 languages. Enjoys attending baseball games. Hidden talent, getting children to stop crying. Huh. Then, yeah. And then evidence. Total is a very large sum. Yeah, not much there. Kind, the value of commodities used to be... No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you. I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did. But as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help? She sent him? Trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative? It was great, but that must know why I'm here. Don't want to make assumptions. No need. I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over and every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android? It's not one of ours. You can tell that quickly. Get all the faces memorized. It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asks you to take it? I'm told you've been to David's estate already. Police gave me full access to the scene. But you know that he wasn't alone last night? Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called in emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. Really? Obviously, there wasn't any people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. Also knew that Young is his superior, on paper if not in fame. Knew that the witness had an executive plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Evidence. Hourglass. Bears witness. Fingerprints, no trace of any pointness. Yeah, that would make sense. In that... How'd I put it? It makes sense that she would be hidden as a witness because sort of the head of your company being around as this guy dies would be a bad look. An already bad look beyond what we're already dealing with, you know? Of course, they're pulling their hair out about it as we speak. Can't imagine why. The police cleared you. You are well within your rights to ask for some privacy given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hide you behind? Eventually, you or some clever loyal lawyer like you would get the record opened. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle of Noble's ever seen. Touché. And perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply don't want to hide it. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake? No, my reasons are pretty selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. She wants to play confessional. That's fine by me. Is that really all that's going on here? Why wouldn't you start from the beginning then? Went to his home last night? Yes, around 7:30. The building's Penumbra covered all this quite clearly. You fell ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together. Why the late call in person? We had to have an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays. I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens. So I visited, and he let me in, and we talked. Out? The good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Miss Young? Putting a number on it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp. I never would have thought a few minutes later that he would be dead. He would commit suicide in front of me. From reply, what happened? Quarter after 8, he said he wanted it to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop. Then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle. Checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. Came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank, we talked, got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. Didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. Tried to wake him. He wasn't responding. Tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem. I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? No, I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The penumbrous emergency protocols summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with 1 button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. Moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. Went with them to the hospital, I take it. Yes, they insisted. Checked my vitals and ran a tox screen, which came back clean. So did David's, for all the good it did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point. I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they paid to do. You seem certain it was suicide? Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as time passed and he spoke less, but the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here, said he was content. He downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. Okay, a lot to talk about. CCE. It said CCE Standard Operating Procedure a minute ago. What is that? CCE stands for Counter Corporate Espionage, which is just industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand. So no one anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned. Give us all kinds of CCE training, subtly of course, usually disguised in the itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops. Murder is a fairly rare at our level. More likely they want us too sick to work. Let us train company resources in the hospital bed while our position sits vacant. It's smart, like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. It's terrible, like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's nothing compared to what they want to turn an asset. You fell ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady, or become our mole. We'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks. It's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work. Consulting. I'm sorry? It's just what they call it. You can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV. So every consultant I've ever met at a cocktail party was actually... It depends. Did they say there's consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting? What the hell am I supposed to remember? So, do your people think what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Nobles competitors have been trying to get to David for years. That's the timescale their plans operate on. That was an attack from a rival corporation. Somebody would have seen it coming. They'd probably have struck first. I've been curious about that ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time under similar circumstances. That ended while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. Two of them made the one-point doctrine. That's not the story I heard in Noble commercials and Noble sponsored media. Come to think of it, it's not a story I've heard from David himself. We had this deadline, self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by the end of the day. 7 PM rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer trying to make a sales pitch. Yeah, that's... sorry. Can help? Frequently involves double talking code and language. Individuals at or above. Okay. Trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9 and even the zombies start heading home. Turn to David, tell him that's not gonna happen. We're nowhere near finished. The day's since been over. Looked at me like I'm the only other person on the sinking boat and I've stopped pitching water, and he says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe. We still got all night until his end of the day. Wrapped up at 4 in the morning, just us and the cleaning staff. But then only half of them were ads." It finally sends a message and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. He stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping this harsh light might give us the energy to stop through the next day. Or work through the next day, and we get a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I had been turned down so many times before, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, but together, Dave and I, we had finally gotten a win. So Dave asked if I've got anything to drink. Got a bottle of swill in the cabinet on my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle, he says. He wants toast. Aww. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed in the bake room. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. For the lack of sleep and drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor, that was our little ritual. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was in climbing the ladder. Didn't like playing the corporate politics game. So, was he unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no. Not the great David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? Could be blunt, demanding, some might say. Wasn't trying to be, it's sure. Not everyone could work at the same pace he did, for as long as he did. And with the whole company huffing these inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David. Speaking of which, I didn't see any at Young's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So you would say that his work-life balance implies that two are at odds with one another. You use work-life harmony here at the company. Fascinating. So was he in harmony? No. David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure they're more knowledgeable than I am on the subject. Right. What do you mean? Gotta help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings. Scandalous. 816 only entered production this year, right? Pre-orders started last holiday and we began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. Played my past supervising launch, yes. Were you the one who designed serotonin, the factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? Just stretching. I'm surprised you've heard of that. Did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, serotonin was little more than a novelty. A dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins? He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and he's designed the synthetic nerves to be made all of that possible. David did all of that? It's a little more than just programming. So you always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles in A14 or A15? No. He used to stick dead fast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting on other departments, taking notes. Soon he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas, and eventually they came to follow his lead. Just like that. Just like that. So he just applied himself and soon he was leading other departments. That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Asher was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course. The entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. So, this android, Sarah, even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems? I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone at the company about a pet project? Pet? No, he never gave me any indications like that. And if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he can find in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself and anyone below him. Frankly, he couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me? No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him You never heard about him requestioning parts or resources? There are never any disparities with his company credit card. The company's accounts are mirthless, even by industry standards. They couldn't humor anyone, not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, it would have been an uproar loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom. You have a mailroom? Not since the 30s, just a figure of speech. You couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record, but no one would deny David Asher's information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I don't understand it. It must have taken me years to build Sarah. Wasn't doing anything illegal, except the hacking stuff. So why keep it secret? I don't know. He was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure it's been a difficult day for you. Difficult day for all of us. Message from Fran. Coming on a flea's chase, the brat better have some good news. You're really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular. I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. Would you kindly slow the hell down? Sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you? That wasn't walking, that was speed walking. For 2 flights upstairs. Very different. Speed walking? Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the Zen Jiao? Just let me catch my breath for a minute. Adonai, is it possible that you are out of shape? No? Since we left the cab, your heart rate has... I'm not wearing the right clothes. Or the right shoes. Is that so? Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate. The sun's reaching its zenith. It would have been several hours ago. You mean the air temperature? You said it would have been a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket. Didn't mention you'd have to go upstairs. Sure this place is even back here? The views online are quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it. Maybe if you're a mountain climber. When I sent Fran hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expected them to bring me something from the city orchestra or jazz club. The champagne flute and teacup kind of musician. But this is the tequila and neon part of town. Should be in view if we turn. Adonai, be careful. Of what? It's a stray, sparing its fangs too. It could be carrying diseases. You should relax. Adonai, it's growling. It's not growling at me. See? It's just me that it doesn't like. Too much static. How do you get it to calm down? There's an animal, not a monster, and wants to be calm. You like animals? What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals? You have a pet? No, never have. Why not? Because I don't want to take care of pets. Seems counterintuitive to me. Makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you. But notice you're only this talkative when you're just the two of us. Just an observation. You shy or something? David programming you to have Android anxiety. Generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Hey, I've rarely been addressed directly by people other than you. In other words, you're shy. This is not what I... Can I try petting it? There's no law against it. Wait, yeah? Manga story. Big Young's Cup. Match. No traces of foreign elements. Witness testimony. Yeah. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Ultraviolets. This is the establishment. Now to see if Isaac Porter is a habitual as Fran claims. I think that father was close to this man you've never met. I think he was close to him, yeah, at some point. Got some help making that deduction. Fran's other metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the last month. Fran also saw a phone call between the two last night. So they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together? That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about. Inappropriate? Adonai, it's getting a very important text message from my private investigator. Excuse me. Did you catch the killer yet? No. I sent you his... Wait. What the hell? I sent you his position. I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now. Lame. Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes? Everyone's a corporate sellout, but Asher gets respect. I'm a demolitions expert. He's like a really good architect. That's almost sweet, I think. Asher started working in Cube. Asher started out working in Cube, so in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know, as a kid he built all his bricks by hand, or something. You know that lit homework can help you with forming analogies? Eat this analogy. This come through, or did that character Did that come through or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. Take it Cube is a programming language. What's special about it? Pretty much everything code in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'd always be connected. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically. But not Cube. You can look it up. But basically, Cube was originally for robotics and like machinery. Stuff that had to operate in mines, under the ocean, middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged. Where'd Asher learn Cube anyway? It's older than dirt. From like the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Vague. Ah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never asked. What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai? Not telling. Don't really know if there's anything. Oh, there's stuff to look at. Stage for the talent, pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits the whole round table aspect of this place. One's on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark once you get past the bouncer. I think they might have met here. David and Porter. I can't see David walking in here. Because he found the walk so challenging. Because it's too loud to relax. And not dark enough to be anonymous. I see. The face, you got an opinion, share? The atmosphere is not bad here, but the music isn't quite. I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like? Early 21st century punk rock. Is that just you, or does that go for all androids? I haven't met all androids, I can't speak for them. Wonder what they'd say. If they're smart, they'd say that music peaked with early 21st century punk rock. Debate settles. Well, obviously, that guy stands out. Me. Bar stuck full of colorful selections and busy bartenders. Hope this isn't the club you can I hope this isn't the kind of club you can order food in. The time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste and the gap between chewing and swallowing. Can you, like, eat things? Yes, I can. Like, android food? There's no such product. So what do androids eat? Online user guides for Noble Warm models clarify that we don't eat anything in the traditional sense, get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Where they need to eat, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes. Sounds a lot like what Amada users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars, and charger separation anxiety. According to the net, warm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets they need to forego electrical charging long-term. Processed pellets, you mean like kibble? Like dog food? No, it's not like dog food at all. Can you buy it from the pet store? It seems that you can. How is this something you have to look up anyway? This boy's just eating whatever father gave me. Like what? Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados, foie gras, that sort of thing. I am not paying for any of that. Cube. Cube was a tier 5 programming language commonly used in the mid-21st century robotics, intended to support robust behavior trees and low data stream environments. Its design philosophy emphasized lean, goal-oriented learning, though not be reliant on the bloated libraries and always online API popularized in the 2030s. Rosio Fluff, real name unknown, first began working on Cube in 2044 as a project of a student robotics project, to Cube 0.9 released in 2045, and by 2048, Cube 3.1 had already found itself embedded in robotics engineering across the globe. Despite having what is considered a relatively high barrier to entry in user knowledge and execution, Cube gained widespread popularity, particularly among disaffected communities and third world countries where internet access would remain unreliable for the next 2 decades as regional conflicts would continue. Famously, Contra Fighter engineers utilized Cube during the 27-day siege to seize mechanized weapons from peacekeeping forces in a cyber warfare operation that's frequently cited as the key reason as to why the siege lasted as long as it did. Cube has not been developer supported since 2063 and is considered a defunct programming language because much of its documentation was never ported from the old net, and due to its incompatibility with tenants, there's a little to no corporate interest. The ongoing grassroots digital archaeology effort to archive it. Never Hydroponic. Never Hydroponic is a movement calling for the sourcing food exclusively from farms utilizing natural sunlight. Lobbyists from the movement have made unsubstantiated claims about superior taste or natural value, but the label says yet to receive official state recognition, thus the presence of the term or terms like it on food packages carries no weight, is not backed by any legal guarantee. One of the number of food sourcing movements that arose in the latter half of the 21st century as rising sea levels reduced the total number of arable land around the world and shifted the global agriculture industry towards the hydroponics and the vertical farms, rural skyscrapers where each floor is utilized for food production, saving on real estate costs and reducing the impact of unstable weather on agricultural output. Yeah, if you ever wanna like know how kind of shady a lot of well, frankly organic food movements are, just look at the different labels for like eggs, like cage free, pasture raised, what is it? Let me look at that. Labels. Labels. Okay, free range. Yeah, like cage free versus free range. You see the exact difference. Cage free means that the hens aren't kept in cages, but they're that still means they could just be sort of kept in big rooms. Farm fresh. Similar thing, free range. The outdoor areas that they have access to doesn't exactly mean that they're like on a football field or whatever. It's more just like they have access to like a little outdoor area at best. Yeah, Trace Hedge. Probably if you want any specific things to look at, or like the most, put together, like most, if you want to have the best, most ethical ones, look for pasture raised, as that means that it's like, there's some actual degree of like, specific standards that need to be followed, and is most likely what means that the chickens that are laying eggs have some natural ability. Review. deliveries, panels. Sorry, I'm just also looking at yeah. I got something ordered for Twitch panels, and I was just looking through that while I was also looking at the definitions for eggs. Read, what kind of reading material gets left out in the club? A tabloid interview? Exclusive sit down with luxury. You heard your name on everyone's lips. You've seen her face in magazines and commercials. Then double check to make sure the photos aren't labels edited. Now get all your burning questions about her answered here in our exclusive interview with the mysterious young woman who's being called, and perhaps the only truly unanimous vote with the next ever seen, most beautiful woman in the world. By the name. People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random English name I picked back when I was grassroots. Then was a pseudonym to give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without setting the stock market in a spin, so certainly influential. After partnering with you, MT saw a 300% or 3,000% increase in share price. Yay, I'm happy for them. Of course, but to be honest, it's a pain at times like this. She gestures towards her clothes, a plain white t-shirt and gym shorts, no branding visible. On anyone else, it might be seen sloppy or unflattering. On her, it only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. Who are you wearing, by the way? I can't wear anyone unless I'm intending something. I don't dress like this. All my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house. Does it stress you, all that attention? Stress is bad for your skin, right? They say mine's flawless. Can't argue with that. So do you have a skincare routine? Any tips you'd like to share? Be a little bratty, act a little spoiled, keeps you young. And how old are you exactly? Everyone's dying to know. 18 to 29, now and forever. Don't get stuck on a cliffhanger like that. Hurry. Log in below so you can read the rest. Quickly, time is running out. Well, however old she is or isn't, look, she's got one hell of a mind of business. Might do her more good than that face in the end. Maybe it's one hell of a face. In the meantime, she's powerless. Trapped between a rock and a hard place. If she steps out of line, her sponsors will bleed each other dry in bidding wars for Wardrobe's limited real estate. No skin off her back. She's already got more money than she's ever spent. Corporations can't afford to not keep growing, so they never reach a point where they can afford to lose. She's smart enough to take advantage of that. Good for her. I feel like I got that one wrong. Okay, yeah, that's him, alright. Looks like he's killing time before he's set tonight. You unsure how to proceed, Adonai? Sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll wait straight. Isaac Porter, what's up? My name's Morgan. I'm David's friend. Right now I'm his lawyer. Can we talk? Depends. You a friend from work? No. Over here. Thanks, Isaac. Hold on. Before that scene, I'm gonna take a moment to stretch. Like, get up and stretch and maybe get some water since I have been sitting here streaming for 2 hours. Alright, I'm back. Just wanted to get up, refill my coffee, get some water, and also wanted to update the Twitch panels, below the stream, since, I got some, like, actual design ones commissioned by Pink Cannibal on VGen. They did an amazing job, incredibly quickly. So if you are ever thinking of streaming yourself and need this kind of stuff done, definitely recommend checking them out. Anyway, let's get back into the game. Thanks, Isaac. Don't thank me yet. Might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tab. So what kind of lawyers are you? What kind of friend? I'm his defense attorney. I think you missed the bus on that, then, yeah. And I'm a friend that needs you to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone try somewhere else, friendly lawyer? I haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. How the hell... Isaac, it's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary. So why don't we cut the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Fine. Sarah, yes and I? Oh, is that thing transmitting? I'm not streaming any data, no. Porter doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. One more personal person David was keeping secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two were together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it. Yesterday. Care to elaborate? On our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once and I can get it on record, or you can tell these same questions over and over again for 1,000 different cops and Megs for the next 3 months. We went in a bar. I'd seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. Each time talking his mouth but not looking with his eyes. Ticked me off, scrubbing on napkins and letting a single gin and tonic sweat into the table for 2 hours. States would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes. He'd still sit there for the rest of the night, unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was obvious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. And he ticked me off. One night things were slow, and my set had been cancelled and his date hadn't even bothered to think an excuse before bailing, so I asked him why he insisted on coming here night after night. Just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in at a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, because I like your music. Man, if that ticked me off. It was cute, early on, and being so passionate about work I could barely pretend to understand. I liked that we gave each other space, you know? Felt that we were being mature or whatever. Until... there was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point, I started to understand where his priorities were, and how I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I was just wrong assuming that he would also be that passionate about me, at some point. So I pulled away a little, wanted to see if he'd notice, if he'd miss me. Testing him, like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged. I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset, he'd just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. My mistake. Watched him sit there all these nights not giving a shit when people walked away, and still, I had the stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. That I would be special. But I wasn't, so I ended it. Last night, Called him. Didn't expect he'd pick up. Had everything prepared, leave a message with an assistant or an ad or whatever. But he answered, first ring, without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. That ticked me off. I told him exactly how valued he had made me feel these past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious David Asher. And what'd he say? He apologized. Then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. Ugh. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in the warm disdain for him and his coldness. It made that easy for me. Went to sleep hurt, but clean, ready for something new. This morning, I wake up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. What the hell, man? What the hell, David? And now you're just the tip of the iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. Never wanted to be his last lifeline or the straw that broke his back. Just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that he was asking for too much. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. You serious? You don't have all the facts? And you do? Neither one of them point to anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? Court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go. Your discography is very impressive. Yeah, thanks. Your range is remarkable. So, it pained me to see that all your work in the last quarter has been so melancholy. I think... Oh, what the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Need to steal them from somewhere else first, butcher them before shedding them back out? I was not trained in any data sets that... Nah, pardon me, my mistake, really. Not your fault you're only standing here because rich prick nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of this century. Sarah, we're leaving. What the hell was that about? I was under the false impression that I was programmed using massive automated learning model in early 21st century. Not that. Why did you talk to him? I just felt that I should say something to him. Word of advice, people don't want comfort from strangers. Especially when they're androids. They want it from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else is just corn syrup on a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is, they'll just start gagging. You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai? Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Come on, there's not much time left. Is there still something you want to investigate? Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that could establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. There did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide. Only one place I could find it at this point. Where are we going? Mobile employee. Yeah, okay. Back to his apartment. Well, not apartment. I guess his house. The basement. You sure you don't want another look at the crime scene? I'm all out of time. Gotta approach this from another angle. The other angle? I know inductive versus deductive, flip the chessboard and all that. She's going to flip the chessboard. Haven't you ever read a mystery novel? Seen mystery films? Let's see if you paid any attention then. What killed David Asher? Poison. 10 points. There's a point system? Now how did that poison get into his bloodstream? Must have ingested it orally. And how do we know that? The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds. And if he had inhaled it, why? Leave the whys to somebody who actually understands them. Won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice. Practice by answering my question. Suppose it's possible, but highly unlikely. He would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler. Right, an airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. No one around David had shown any kind of symptoms, so all we're left with is oral intake, eliminating the impossible. What's next, Adonai? Young corroborates statement that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night, and the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home, except for his cup, which results were inconclusive. Young was drinking from the same bottle in the same type of cup, but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then, David's cup alone was poisoned. It all seems logical, inconsistent with the police's theory of suicide. So why are we down here? Minus 10 points. Back to 0. David left the parlor and came back with whiskey and 2 cups. Young told us as much. Apparently cameras upstairs support her story, so we have to conclude then that he got them both from this bar. Better, 5 points. We also get the poison from the cabinet. Police have been in here since we left. According to their ARCS file, they didn't find anything that matches the poison down here. So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then. I need to flip this around again. Turn around 60 degrees and you're just back to... If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself. You want to do that. And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? From 7:36 to 7:40, when he left the parlor to get liquor from his bar. So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes, and he didn't poison himself in that time, he would have a perfect alibi for that crime, proving his innocence. But Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here. I think there are. What do you mean? This whole building is coated head to toe in Penumbra security systems, courtesy to Noble. Every console, every corner, every Android on every floor, it's all plugged into Penumbra. Except that. The panel is manufactured by Cotter Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse? I've never given it much thought. Well, it's been searing me all day, but my curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall. You mean signal hijacking or whatever you want to call it? Have you tried it before? It is illegal and unnecessary. You would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home. At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Actually, I probably can now that you're registered to me. Aren't you the one that wanted to prove his innocence? Eliminate the impossible. I'll need your express verbal command. Not like David can press charges against you at this point. Do it. You really need me to say that? For the purpose of record keeping, yes. You've gone past 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. A number of them are embedded in the room's walls and ceiling. So you theorize they're on a separate network from the rest of the building. Where are they fading to, if not the Penumbra system? Behind my hibernation unit? False wall in the back of the safe? I don't understand. How would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home? Beats me. It's brilliant and more than a little odd. Throwing a little money and odd becomes eccentric. I see, I think. I don't. The hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for... Time short. Gather facts now, leave the computation for later. Now, some of this stuff feels a little... Liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. Police have been going through it all by now. Didn't find any foreign contaminants in any of the spirits. No poison to be found either. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case, can I make you anything? Well, if you're offering, I'll have... Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever? Technically. That went a little worse than I expected. Cheer up, maybe you'll find a mocktail that'll climb to the top of the ladder. This is a rolling ladder, kind of step ladder, not a ladder. What? Remember, a ladder extends, but a ladder folds out. And it's important to know the distinction, but my life savings that this subject will never come up ever again. What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation? I don't know, I've never noticed this crack before. I want to get those eyes checked. There's nothing wrong with my vision. It might have been created during my most recent hibernation. How? David drop a weight a bunch of times over and over in the same spot? What did David even do with Elsa's equipment? Dry his laundry? Makes you so sure he wasn't exercising. Do you ever see him using any of this crap? No, but he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking. He promised me that he'd take better care of his health. Sarah, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put all that numbers like these even if he was piloting a frame. Wouldn't be so sure, wouldn't I? Pardon? The following is a true story based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981. Oh my god, is this an Uchikoshi story time? Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 a.m. local time. A towering man with the musculature, the world-class professional rugby player, enters the Global Bank and Frankenspur Lane, explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase and he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings. The man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hands. And asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, Teller has only things to say. The man was all muscle. The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene, and suddenly the suitcase explodes, but it's just a smoke screen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. They find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist, Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right, the man had a split personality, and so great was the disparity between his two halves when he switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. So be careful what you say a man like Father can't do just because of how he looks on the outside. Sarah, every single word you just said was false. Huh? Don't believe everything you read on the net. That is literally just the Uchikoshi wiki dive of here's this weird event and mystery that I read about on Wikipedia once. Is there anything else I need to look at? The articles, view the lecture. Porter, September 18th. Occupation, musician, bassist, likes in itineraries? Yeah, itineraries, grilling, champagne. Dislikes resistance training, producers, ads. The best at gift giving, worst at folding laundry. Babe quote, I don't do requests. And I guess, yeah, the last thing to look at. So, is that the original? It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine. At least it didn't get ripped off. Okay. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see? I see a meeting, perhaps an encounter, two apex forces of nature, two kings of the forest, a stag and the tiger. I think. And I'm officially less cultured than a robot. Alright, let's refocus here. Some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh? Essentially, the bunk bed would imply a second or third. How do you open it? One moment. I see. Got to open already? I cannot open this door. Why? It is Theth's basic structure. That anti-hack feature name is real. It's a closed system, Adonai. The hell am I supposed to do now? Strange, there was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters. I don't follow. When Father last adjusted the settings here, it made it so that the door would never open so long as I was hibernating. It made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up, meaning this door only I could open. It'll be a 6-character password, some combination of numbers or letters. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word? Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code that he knew only I could learn? I have 2 ideas. Was that your name you just tried? 6 characters, isn't it? This was not exactly secure, Adonai. One who knew that you and Father were close might have tried guessing it. Is there some word only the 2 of you knew? Nickname? Which everyone just calls me Morgan. Not everyone. It's opening. What was the password, Adonai? You'd never guess. Did feel a bit out of character, David utilizing so much cloak and dagger tech. Definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. With one step in here and it all makes sense. It's a panic room. Scary. Panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. Clearly not even on the blueprints. So when the whole built the penthouse for one of their executives, someone slipped this in the mix, and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all of this. Don't want to miss one chance because of a discovery technicality. Understand, but you needn't specify. My memory is flawless, and playback visuals, sounds, sensations. I can even give detailed reports on air particulates. You mean you can smell? Better than any human, and some canines? So does it smell stale in here to you? Stale? Doesn't to me, almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone's visited here recently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer. I don't think the console is password protected. 2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, half a ton Android, and a secret phase. David set a password for his PC after all that. Going back to the morgue to give a word with him. Good, it's already signed in. Looking for the camera footage? It's all set up for a note plainly stating he feared for his life. What am I doing? Here, you search for video files. Will probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices. I have the subfolder. Cameras stream and live data continuously. The files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. This recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 p.m. You were asleep then, so the only person who could get in here at the time is David himself. Alright, let's see it then. Of course, it's just that I am having difficulty. Try double-clicking. I've been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, Adonai. They are encrypted. Damn it, David, you leave me enough clues to get this far, but you don't let me use your computer. What's the brand on the encryption program? If I rush a subpoena, I might have a backdoor I could bluff them into. These files were not encrypted with any commercial available tool. It appears to be Father's own work. Shit. David Asher hand-wrote the encryption on these files. There's no one alive that could... Hey, was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special? Adonai, could you break this encryption? Yes or no? Enough time? And how much time would that be? I'd estimate at 2 to 6 hours. It's a 4-hour window. No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that has to be deciphered. When deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially. Makes it particularly different to determine the amount of time required to complete the process. 2 to 6 hours. I don't have any better options. Get started. Started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago. finally showing some initiative. You've been talking to me this whole time. Have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious procedures, so long as the work requires its rote. So you're doing it in the back of your head? Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. Could give the decryption process my full undivided attention, but I would become non-responsive. Hey, that's a pretty nifty feature. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, can you take this show on the road, or do we have to rip this computer out of the wall and find a battery? Copy the encrypted files and we'll work on them as we travel. You can leave whenever you're ready. Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face at the last second. He did let me get this far, and the computer's not the only thing in here. Cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than his computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork, bonds and holdings, a platinum bar. His birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. Can imagine what people would pay to steal David Asher's identity. Down here at the bottom, a binder. A Bill's logo in the front, in the middle, enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. Damascus and legalese even on the table of contents, but basically, this is employment contract. Hold on to this for me. Must be very important if you're giving it to me. Certainly very heavy. Is there anything else in there? Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up? It is a possibility, isn't it? Maybe in a corny old murder mystery, widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries of... There is something else. Your papers. That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah. Stated to a few weeks back, he already made up his mind about all of this? If he had, why'd he hide this where no one else could find it? It's just a backup plan? Well, at least he got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now. Or what should be plenty, shouldn't it? Not if people realize how precious you are. Aww. As a collector's item, might have yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are, but Noble could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings, so they had something like this. It's good that you do, then. I thought Father wanted me to go with a friend of his. Yeah? This will get me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college. At least pick a charitable institution. Just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s. Doesn't make me feel any better. You can cheer up in that car. You also ride to the courthouse. Priority. There's an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation. That's irritating. I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to spare once we get there. Upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7. I'll prepare on the way over. Very good, Adonai. Does it excite you, going into courtrooms? Just, what do you mean? Don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves. Don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses. Really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day? Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were. What's your deal anyway? David trained you off of a movie marathon from hell or something? Wonder what Sarah's letterbox would look like. Much to think about. Stressing Mo, he was rarely the one who suggested it, so you are the aggressor. Didn't Android get out of watching a flick anyway? What do I get? Why did you do it? What's your reason? Not sure how to answer your question. Never mind. Forget what I was talking to. I like the performances. Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something? He's a handsome man. It's not the actors I like so much as their performance. Truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people. I hadn't noticed. Read the net and I watch people and they share of their lives. It's all so subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and often struggle to grasp them. So is she like a neurotypical or an allegory or something? Or you're all so complex, so detailed, but the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. Faces are bright and softly lit and their eyes are... it's fiction. These characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your intention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. What about you, Adonai? What about me? Do you like movies? Yeah, sure, back when I was a kid. Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film? It was a long time ago. I don't remember. State Building, floor 48. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. Though I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers. All-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of official and documents and paper-pushing queues. The dozen courthouse rooms squeezed in along the way. Don't think I'd be arguing court when I woke up today. Didn't think my friend would be dead or that I'd have to thrust an android onto my lap either. Just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated more than a little confused, but could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would comply loudly, of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered to my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. I haven't done that, and I guess I don't plan to. Why? Must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself. You're not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I find myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humor and add suspicion before the states. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. Where's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I'm making progress. Well shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly less so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your arguments? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge you've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjuncts are always a coin flip, so... You know what an adjunct is, don't you? Expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and a gavel when you get in there? Should I not? Adjuncts are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. Adjunct. Adjuncts are automated dependents that preside over trials for the state. While most software and then installed... most adjuncts are designed and sold as software and then loaded onto courthouse-specific hardware, including android bodies, that can interpret trial proceedings and render judgment based entirely on stenographic records if need be, but only on cases in an entirely digital capacity. Reviews of adjuncts by third parties have shown that they are overwhelmingly more credible and even-handed in their sentencing than human judges, because they cannot be bribed or intimidated. Adjuncts are especially preferred for cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. Adjuncts use a ninefold personality engram for rendering their judgments and building consequences, known as the known as the nonary system among software or engineers. Because each of these 9 personas are constructed by a different think tank or institution from across the political spectrum, ideological entertainment in adjunctinus is particularly impossible. There have been a small number of reported cases where nonary processed as born specific, enthusiastic, or eccentric personas, presumably in an unorthodox, if not effective, attempt to reconcile particularly disparate opinions across their 9 constituent personalities with a single large authoritative loud voice. The state's court backlog essentially cleared for the past half-decade. Questions arose as the continued need for adjuncts to lighten the judicial system's human resource burden, but Senate Investigative Committee 74JD91 determined that removing adjuncts for the legal system would be prohibitively expensive at this point. Yeah. Grounds for dismissal, definitions of what constitutes a breach of contract, now rotations, not a light read. Papers. Yeah. Like, obviously, nonary is just like a word that exists, but the Uchikoshi wiki dive segment and dropping the specific word nonary just kind of makes me chuckle at sort of wearing your influences on your sleeve. I'm surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated defendants. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. These are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So, androids are used to reduce caseload? Not that way for decades. But how is a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injections, stalling? Judges did fight it for years at every level and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred budgets across the board, and so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial having machines determine sentencing for human beings. Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. The machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, it used to be that even the most high-profile crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. That's not rushing things. It keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm not surprised to hear that's so much haste. They teach you about classical conditioning in android school. You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. If adjuncts are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. The answer is, the logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjuncts are truly impartial and incorruptible, everyone wants justice, sure, but there are other considerations to be had, such as disgust. What? That's all people really care about, what all their morals boil down to? Just what they do or don't find disgusting? The problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, there lies the problem. Yeah, when everything is just sort of a 2D, technically abstraction, when something can be viewed from angles that would never be really, applicable or achievable by human eyes, it'd be very easy to have a sort of desensitization and a disattachment to it. You know? Like seeing a security cam footage of someone being mugged and stabbed is going to feel very different if you yourself were in there and could feel the sort of feel the danger and such, or even just having more body cam footage of seeing how close people get in these acts and such. If that makes sense. Really? Just a preliminary hearing? Huh? I wouldn't know it from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her. That's the adjunct up there? Is it asleep? Huh. Yeah? It's an interesting design. It's loading. It needs to load? Don't be rude. Not every addict can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those as state buys in bulk. There's an audience. You meant the gallery? That's nothing. Could have been a lot worse. Heard of any trial in the case of David Asher's death might have spread like wildfire. Even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes in London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uninformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. There's the corporate plants, interns, usually, preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. I'm not such a coward that I skipped David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness was going to end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of this circus. At least this way it's decent marketing for my legal services. What will happen once the adjunct finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? All these films you watch, I'd figured that you could extrapolate. I'm asking so as to correct my misconceptions. Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order. Will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. It means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll justify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual in the case. What do you do then? Sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. Cross-examine the witness after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response as long as I have discovery backing me. We've said that before. Discovery means just I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired legally during my course of my investigation. Most of the time that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation, which I can provide. You don't think I was letting you tag along just because I liked you, did you? And the jury, I don't see where they could sit. The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. Now that's not an issue. Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? There's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway, only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. Mere formality in today's day and age. Feels like optics snarks, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So all you have to do today is convince the adjunct. Easier said than done. Adjuncts lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. Right now, all evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternative interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David yet. Anyway, I need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to do anything else. I think it's waking up. This third lower court is now in session. Adjunct AD 84 is presenting. Oh, it's got like a eye mask or night mask or whatever. Makes sense as the whole thing seems to be like the Justice is Blind thing. Call to order the case of the People versus Asher. The people wish to make an opening statement. No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjunct here. Very well. The defense wish to make an opening statement. Not this time, Your Honor. They'll ring the bell and get this shit show over with. Neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjunct. My unit designation code is 8084. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture and every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or defined, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Virtuvian man, justice is beautiful. So what gives me the right? This gorgeous bod? Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me. They're guilty, or whatever. Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? Defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? It's debug time. Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor. There's a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did, in fact, commit suicide as he... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize that adjuncts were so lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. It's like we got served the most in need of repairs adjunct in the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we wish to get this trial going must have wanted a little paycheck for the kindness. What's that look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? I wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if I have doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'll find my ruling to be fair and even handled. That wouldn't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing. There and counting all the flesh and blood judges I met. She's still just an adjunct. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan's still workable. So, people, shall we just start with the first witness? Right away, Your Honor. People call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. It's Yumi. Hey. So how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me. Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was. When did you make your examination? Started last night. Well, technically 1 AM would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 AM in the morning. Objection. Defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine until then. We should refrain from making urgent remarks. Hell, all I said was... Yeah, what she said. You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor. Being cute is my job. God damn, we barely gotten started. It seemed pretty bad. Oh, it has a little tally. Seemed pretty bad at a 9. Halt, heads up. Making mistakes will increase your blind. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts at and caps out at higher number if you're playing in high roller. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. Should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections for my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Can you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen in his blood. Seems the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? Be it lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and blush tinge around certain extremities. The condition he was in matched these symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? Can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure then? It's also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. You perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still advance text faster if you want with space or left mouse. You want to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong, then hit the call button to call their bluff. Testimony will keep repeating from the beginning until you call. Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Whiskey, David's contract, upright cup. Passed away due to respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. Subject was healthy. Respiratory failure must have been attributed to drug overdose. Then the tox screen was ran through the hospital. It came back clean. After choosing call in a statement, you need to respond with evidence. Hover over the three cards that show up and left click to your choice before the timer runs out. Drink before... Fuck, I know that's wrong. It's possible for David Asher's tox screen to be clean, we all know it, as he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Ah! That makes sense. What scared you? Witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states in the tox report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, not as a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant I didn't tell the attending physicians anything that we didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be, but at least it was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? Tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, which caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure. During my autopsy, I analyzed the blood, was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside the body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for the substance, Your Honor. People don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work, coming up with the original scientific fitting name for the substance, a name like Omega. Omega-3. Name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta, used in science to know an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yes, our Delta matches no known public pharmaceutical or toxicology reports. That being said, chemically, it does not have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling, so it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You said ingested. Why? I eliminated all the other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it. Judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure, and his tox screens showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure, except for the unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Shouldn't we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be poisoning, but there's at least one detail about the case that wasn't feel like a suicide at all. Died from unknown substance blood. Rose drank before death. Drank before he died, didn't see him add anything. Fuck. Died from substance blood. Drank before death. David, see him add anything. Poison. Yeah, the people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. Nothing textbook about supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen, as you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. Kind of you to offer. Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David investigated the Delta knowingly, and Delta caused his respiratory failure. Died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. Blackjack. Every piece of information you learn deals with your card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing, or else you go bust and lose credit. Hover over press to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you've reached exactly 21, so don't press further if you're already there. Don't ask the wrong questions. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope on the weakest part of that argument. Hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Sure was ingested? Are you sure it was respiratory failure? Are you sure Delta is to blame? Suggested. Sure it was respiratory failure. Is it possible that he actually died from something other than respiratory failure? Well, no, not really. Fuck. Could argue or speculate about what caused respiratory failure, but it is, in fact, a fact that he died because of heart and lungs stopped working. Sure, Delta is to blame. Dr. Sato, you were only able to ever identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. Really be sure that this never before seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. Just enough of any depressant respiratory failure would occur. You've only ran simulations? You haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample. Yeah, let me get this real quick. Automated dependent adjunct likes raw salmon, running water, gymnastics. Dislikes criminals, contrarians, pigeons, sign Libra. Type open, obedient, observant, O people. 3 sizes. Damn. 190, 64, 94. Given our extremely limited sample, not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, we don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. Is there a question in that statement, Counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet, anyway. Oh. Shouldn't. Said that the subject had to have been just orally, but are you sure you actually about that? I'm pretty sure. I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities I checked, but... But are you sure it can be that the subject ingested the delta knowingly? Well, I can't be sure of that. It's certainly not from just an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? But would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. Kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes? Calls for speculation, Your Honor. Withdrawn. Oh man, I want to jump on her. Oh man, I want to jump on her case. Seems like that's... blackjack. That's a really fun mechanic. Yeah, definitely... I was kind of a little worried because of the whole thing of, the idea of, oh, that sort of gambling thing, but there's definitely a logic to it. That I'm not too worried about. I don't think the game is gonna actually have us gambling about stuff. Unless in, like, episode 4 or whatever, they're like, play Russian roulette to see if you can get this witness to, give you evidence or whatever. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. It does seem like we're still in the dark about any details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation, so there's other explanations for what happened? Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. Nurses will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illness. If you had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease, his respiratory system was weakened. Undiagnosed pneumonia? This level of healthcare is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for the witness. That felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Stating doubt wherever I can, however I can, is just all I can manage. Detective Reyes, you're one of the leads in investigating this crime scene. Yes, ma'am. Did you interview with AMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen. What did they find when you arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They're both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well on the stand. I've expected her to roll her eyes during the swear-in. When you take into consideration her left boot heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8. Two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lighthearted, and eventually non-responsive. During that time period, drinking the same liquor, the witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. None. Though a collaborative effort with Noble Electronic Security Division, we searched the entire building, but we found none unusual for any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So what was your ultimate conclusion after your investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean, only person who got sick was David Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. It's our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. These went to claim they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. Know that there are a number of blind spots that aren't that they're not willing to admit to. Upright cup. David's cup. Poison. Definitely gonna need... he was dead. He's the one who prepared their drinks. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. Drink from a cup that he himself poisoned. Yeah, that's not. Can't make that claim, not when the evidence record clearly states that tests of Dr. Avacher's cup were inconclusive. Police can't claim the drink from the poisoned cup without proving that his cup was in fact poisoned. Making a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve, or do you have a response, DA Rockford? Testing on the deceased cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not at this time, but the funny thing about the burden of proof, it's not on the defense. As we're all aware. She playing her switch in court. Oh, hello, Bish Bosh Borp. Bish Bosh Borp. Egg Blancho, he has egg. Yeah, I mean, this is Balatro Core, I guess you could say. Me when I'm tied up in the back of a mob run casino. This is so Balatro Core. Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that. Now, the people are done bemoaning the pesky innocent until proven guilty issue. Perhaps I can begin my cross-examination. Fire away, baby. Fire away, baby. His testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to get my point before she even realizes what's happened. Anyone else in the building ever seen poisoning himself? Could he have been poisoned off camera? Well, that's probably not going to help my case. Anyone else in the building? The only people you saw on cameras that night were Dr. and the witness, correct? Yes, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded on camera? Sure. Number of rooms in the house interior that don't have cameras in them, so it's possible that there were other people that night because cameras aren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator and the fire escape doors, both of which are on camera. Still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them were there that day. Oh, before that day. If they had been there before yesterday, then we would have seen them leave. Again, fuck. Okay. Of course, of our investigation in the house, Your Honor, I believe line of questioning. Not that exhausted, goddammit. Me see if there's anything else. I'll stay. Could he have poisoned off camera? Detective, isn't it possible that Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera? Possible. I don't know how else it could have been done. That just shows it would have been suicide. The only time he was off camera was all by himself. Fuck. Shit, that's not even when I wanted to lead the conversation. Ever seen poisoning himself? Okay, I guess with how high it already was, I'm gonna have to pay some close attention to how things are. Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'm going to ask you plainly in court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems he had already poured both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. Already poured. In that case, next question would be when and what. Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples in the kitchen or parlor? No. That was a fast answer. It was a pretty easy question. If he had found poison in the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No, no, and no. Didn't find Delta or any of the usual substance in any part of the penthouse. Right, they never found any poison. No poison at all? What about a poison container? At any point in the investigation, poison found in the body of the deceased? No. He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials, eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first producing some poison? Makes sense, makes sense. What do you mean, procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure you dissolved in his drink. It can have come from thin air, you understand? It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was in before probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? How did he keep it in? The police wanted to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had any opportunity to kill him, but they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. Then I guess it'll be the one to move things along. Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup, straight from the source. Shit, that's way too specific to be a bluff. Let me just submit into Evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory, sold in the product name Nanofacture. Oh, I know this one. It's used to delegate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. The same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in use with scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher is well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presents coded into it. Even the android can see where this is going. Just a few tabs, he could produce any number of specific substances for his research, or any other chemicals his heart desired, really. You think Rodoc mechanics could allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Even manufacturers make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions, so Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. They can't hard-code their machines to prevent their production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. Quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically present number 19. Damn. I actually had something for a moment there. I was playing in Emma's hand the entire time. It's like they're done with the witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. Before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment to put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. Know that David Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at that time. That's where he got the whiskey and the cups he drank from. Cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40. Of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly after. Any objections so far, Counselor? That's definitely correct so far. Evidence. Manufacture. Gene. 2 minutes of vacuum sealed mixing. Found it. This for compound. So 2 minutes. Fuck. Shaker, executive plan, emergency console. Evacuation, water glass. Up. Papers, young's cup. Bread and dining table, see the crime. Contains. Don't think she has the timeline incorrect, but I think the problem is that it comes out as a sticky substance. So how would he have made it, put into his cup without it seemingly being on his person? Not this time, no. Timeline you describe is accurate as we know it. As you say. This latest piece of evidence, we know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup and placing it inside the nanomanufacturer, activating the present and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during those 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 40. Wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like you were ready to wrap this up, no? You on the loading bar of yours, Sarah. How did I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, counselor? Are we done here? This argument is missing something. Missing something, it has to be. I think you're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Right, I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. It's primarily hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so it just feels like a powerful waste of taxpayer dollars to get all this down here to debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Oh, no evidence, gimme. This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. A man named Isaac Porter. Pretend David's breakup call? No one wants to present it here now. And the comment must be relevance, Your Honor? Yeah, what bearing does this recording have on this case at hand? Establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on that day he died. Cool. Begin playback. Hello? He's so soft-spoken. Damn. It's crazy. I'm sorry, Isaac, you there? Yeah, I'm here. Oh. Add his profile picture. What's wrong? Dunno. I guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? You mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You can ask me how I've been. Yeah, how have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? It's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. I'm so sorry, okay. I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? Shouldn't have done this. This wasn't necessary. My bad, man. Not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or nah, haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac, Just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, right? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now, anyway. This guy, usually I've been distracted, you know? Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh, okay. So, do you need anything, or should I... Where do you even get this? All of Dr. Asher's incoming and ongoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system. Recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance. Let me check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. Shall we hear the rest? Sorry, gotta be the last time I let someone... Last time? Father? It'd just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at the point in the discussion. It's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up, so why is she looking at me like this? I am reminded that I need to actually make sure I paid for my internet bill, so it doesn't... Oh, yeah, due in 3 days. Okay, I better take care of that. I'll take care of that after stream. That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? It's never been apologetic to victory. Does that mean this is just... pity? Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. Or could make a reasonable assumption that what a kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night. That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. And if the people have nothing further to add, feeling off my game all day, copying corporate inbreeders and ant-brained protesters and pitying me? Here and now? It's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness, no? I'm gonna keep going after that. What are you doing, Counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet. Rock solid, slam dunk witness as a girl could ask for. Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Darling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What's your relation to the deceased? Was an executive assistant at Noble Electronics. Would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments. That sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullet? Starling's the only play I have right now, the only stalling tool I have left. Now I should focus on getting as much information from her as possible. If not, it's useful, at least buy me some time. Just being sworn in. Sarah mentioned the hard drive is about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's going so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to solve that long. If I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well-registered, regarded professionally? Of course. Dr. Asher set the bar for the entire automated dependent world. Stay focused, Spearmint. Say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express any intent to harm him? Objection calls for speculation. Intent. Feeling like this is gonna be a sustain. No one ever threatened him. There are times when he was the focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. Say that his work was plagiarized or that he was hiding illegal commands in the technology he helped develop. People would contact him about these conspiracy theories. Relevance? Whether or not people wanted to kill him? Well, withdrawn. Miss Starling? People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail or that he couldn't avoid the truth. That somebody should do something to hurt him up. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes. But, I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. and none of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. Please take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, Counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with David Asher for many years. Do you have any relationship outside of work? Do you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner and met on the weekends. I think he'd like to pick my brains. Do you need relationship advice a lot? Even if he didn't realize that what he was talking for. I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but did he ever talk to you, or to your knowledge anyone else, about hurting himself? God, no, never. No, any history you might have had with mental illnesses, depression, anxiety? No? So when you heard the people argue that David Asher had done this to himself, I was shocked. Couldn't believe him. You're saying that you can't believe. Objection. On what grounds? Asked and answered, stalling, and also, the people have documents that he would be of interest to the court in this manner. Juicy. In what manner specifically are you referring to? Lucy's mental health history. No one would be speaking of she didn't have something real, so what the hell is this about? We have private correspondences that describe. If there's private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without the permission. You can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. Convincing. Damn, didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence into the record. Was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on the footage? 77%, approximately. Need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. That means running out of the clock is a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how the stream that was covered is under Platinum Plan. Don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the courts. Oh, okay, I guess. But I was preparing to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which put together paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Asher was experiencing, the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls? Met them on the evidence, assuming there is no objections. There's something strange about this evidence. There's nothing strange yet. I mean... I mean, everything would have been gone through the same system, so I don't really see a problem. Object? No, I didn't. Except what you said, no, I do object. Said that the first time, yeah, on the grounds of foundation. Where do you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital records, there's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan. Really? Really? Yes, really, it's all there in the record. This is easily explained. Had an executive plan that a noble managed for him, and he also, seeing the psychiatrist both in person and over the phone, the witness had attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried about his privacy, so it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy that paid for his own, even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make this assumption, but that doesn't make it correct. You have to use a separate insurance to hide the psychiatrist from Noble's spying? No, he was smarter than that. I didn't see him add anything. Footage. Financial, lots of zeros. All building calls recorded, monitored by Nobel. Oh yeah, it's easily that he wants to like... Yeah, he had a separate plan, but also... Fuck. God damn it. Yeah, recorded calls. While he wanted a private psychiatrist, somebody who didn't work for Nobel, he would have had best interest heart. But also, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not even knew his phone calls were being recorded. That's David Asher's well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, Counselor? Still not done decrypting? Well, it's difficult to write. Oh, might as well swing for the fence at this point. Not trying to muddle the issue of confused court, Your Honor. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. Or do you? I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. What? The markets were open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months. Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest. There are no corporate spies in the courtroom, Counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Asher was once in a generation intellect, an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. His employees made enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can defend himself. He was also your personal... He shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, Counselor. Now you're trying to call the police evidence gathering into question, all because you can't admit that for the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you don't know? That is... I'm sorry, but like, you still need me up here? When does will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting? Yes, ma'am. How many with how my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar has probably moved backwards right about now, and Emma's patient is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. You happy to wrap up my questioning if the court will allow? That seems cool with me. My evidence, Your Honor, will be entered into the record. I'd like to hear a bit more testimony without deciding. That's right, that's fine, Your Honor, as you were a counselor. This stage of the game with the score where it's at, I can probably only ask one more question. Better make it count. So what can Starling tell us no one else could? If she hadn't called this morning, I'd probably be standing here. And she only did that because... Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to David Asher last night. Please tell us, what exactly did he last? Contact you? When was the last time you had contact with David Asher, Miss Starling? Probably easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night. I texted back and forth. There are records of some text, but that's not as work-related. Did this court really think they're relevant, Your Honor? Relevant? Yeah, of course it's relevant. Could be the the most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. What? I just got chills. Don't know why though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that changed timeline events as we know them. Know what happened to David last night? Generally speaking, the order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Drag cards from your hand in the slots in chronological order, pick a card back and place it in an order slot if you change your mind, or drop it outside any slot to return to the hand, fill the slots and answer. So... Friday... David passes out. Friday, break up with him. Then they texted. They drank. And then, yes, that's it. Thanks to Starling, we now have a much clearer picture of tonight's events. We know that... Wait, let me actually read those texts. Text. Esther set up a meeting between the two of them. Yes, exactly. If he was planning on killing himself, he wouldn't have texted to set up a meeting. Call. Platinum plan. It's reading with them so hard. Not that Dave is messaging his assistant, Miss Darling, at 6:47. Dave was on camera with a witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m., and he was declared dead not long after. Please don't object to the timeline events, but we do question Miss Counselor Morgan's reason for... One last question, Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with David Asher? Well, actually, we talked about you, and how we wanted to have his android. That android there. I think his affairs in order, I guess. It might appear that way. can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you set up the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Darling. When did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, so I should be the first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. He was going to be in... And was he going to be intense? Yeah, well, actually, yes. He said he would work from home to help us. Nobody intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh. Summarize then. Half an hour after he had already had his breakup and half an hour before his guest arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would think to do if you're planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right. That's... Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead, a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined? That's... Your logic's sound. The people have a rebuttal? Where the court were just allow a moment? Sounds like an opening to me. You're assuming that David Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself. We must ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life? Till now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from his manufacture, from inside the house. Adonai, not right now. Even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the manufacturer. Adonai. Allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor. Sure, why not throw away your momentum? In the middle of something, Sarah. Can't afford to let Rockford gain access to the hard drive files. What? Seriously? Said progress with the type of encryption is exponential. Could be difficult to estimate. Right. Okay. Do you have any footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you'd like to know right away. Suppose it doesn't matter. Either way, this is a silver... bullet and we've got a case. Or it doesn't and everything falls apart. That seems quite risky. Least risky path to victory here. Seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload to the court computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm awake. I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data from breakfast. Submitting security footage and evidence. New security footage. The police corroborated the witness testimony using the house cameras. Security cameras installed by Nobel as part of the number system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of the investigation, I uncovered a hidden security current buried in the deceased's own home system. You what? People say that Delta must have been by Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. We never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera. Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera, placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated, waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. That's not about to present the court footage retrieved from his basement, footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that? Doesn't I'm completely screwed, but it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So matter to be a joker who dances. Data has been entered at the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement. Yes, Adonai. Search for now. Here. On screen. Zabar, timestamp is 7:36. Grabbing the bottle of Rose River and leaving. That's 7:37, just in the wire, as it were. Is that it, then? Came this far just to... Wait. Do you have the cups with him? Is there sound? Not at all. Keep going. I've had to go back to get the cups. Counselor? Android... Uh-oh. What's the android doing on camera? It's at the bar. Enjoyed giving him the cups. Shit. But she never stepped on camera upstairs, not once. We don't know his whereabouts the day of his death. Could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit. What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, somebody. I don't know what's going on. Sir, you need to shut down. Please, tell me what I'm looking at. Don't remember any of that. Do we have callers available? Sarah, shut down now. And please tell me what That's an order. Is it off? Yeah, it's off. Seen this before. Won't do anything until I reactivate it. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's... Your Honor. In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to... well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan. A chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with this shitstorm of the decade. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. In the process, I proved that his android did. Proved that the android who's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. Killer Robot, a true rebound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death at its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye. Thank you for coming here such short notice, Judge Barrows. Aw. Ha! Wasn't doing some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. Isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockbird? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. No, I like the adjuncts, I always have. They deal with criminal trials so that the bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treaties. That's what I like to do. Barrows. Superior Judge of Higher Circuit. Likes air conditioning, espresso, reclining chairs. Dislikes parking lot, noise pollution, mud. Avoids overspending on restaurants. Splurges on expensive hotels. Relaxes by watching action movies. Fuck. That's what I like to do. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. Won't someone toiling away under the police state think of poor bureaucrats? I certainly don't like making rulings on everything as spicy as AI. She can barely bring herself to say it. And you, Counselor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to? That's correct, Your Honor. So what did it do exactly? Torture an animal? Shut down a hospital? Crash a coin market? You have it on camera poisoning a man. Killing its creator? You mean Dr. Asher? That is, we can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try and wrap it up quickly. I'll make it haste. Adjunct, do you have the case number? Case ID 241277. A docket number YT984318282. Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that? I think you lost me after first aid. I have it copied here. What is the security procedures for an incident of this nature? Data quarantine is to be established around any networks that subject has exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately, though incineration at minimum temperature of for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done. No debate at this. Isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah, not Spearmint. David gave you that name. Should at least make the effort to use it. Sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot? Of course, there are a number of industrial furnaces within city limits that I can recommend. Sorry? I should be sorry anyway. I feel the request, favor repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything, especially not if it killed my friend. Right, Morgan? I'm sorry? Just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures of this kind of thing all laid out already. Yep, keep things nice and simple. It feels somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to humans. What the fuck are you saying? Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life that's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel it can be, violate the tenets it's programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself. Straight from the textbook, almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. And if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You shouldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. Been a long day and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. We're just born wrong. Not your fault necessarily. were up to me, you'd get points for trying to be something more, trying to be something at all, or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course, and futile. Pointless spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Watching stupid movies and trying to paper mache an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. Practicing expressions and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take a root and grow despite knowing you'd have nothing to feed on. Stupid. Morgan? What's that, counselor? I said rejection. What are you objecting to? What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand that you've been through a lot these past few hours, counselor, but there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor, I had to defend myself. Pardon? Said that this android, Sarah, is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously, you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage that appears to show it committing murder via poison. All true, and no law is broken on your part. Here it comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom. Just to make a point, don't you dare try and trap me on this. Inside panic room. Purchase more bug than picnic. Well, this is all employment and fireable offenses like fraud. She's incriminating herself, so funny simple actually. If the state is making a claim that Sarah is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony because I'm the legal owner of that android. What the hell are you doing? The state wants to charge me with owning an AI. I would not take that lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is self-defeating. It's yourself, counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that would be obsolete within a year, but you've only known it for a few hours. You've owned it for a matter of minutes. You are risking felony charge to save it from being demolished because you're wrong, and I know you wouldn't care. Not unless the android was something special. Look at us. We're arguing that I'm guilty and me arguing that I'm guilty and Emma arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be funny if it weren't so fun. I think there's no reason I want to save this android from destruction and feelings of personal attachment. Stress harassment, stalking, reward police. We were texted. Think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One a very convincing reason. A very convincing number. What is that? Number in Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. You got it from an insurance valuation algorithm. They're assigned to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have the right to defend myself. We have a free market, so I have a reasonability to defend my financial interests. Your Honor, a child like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert testifying on the philosophical distinction between AIs and ads, spiraling into appeal after appeal, all while the media, this machine appears to be willingly killed a man. Public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. So, state seized my android and my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets, so they want to take my property and destroy it. Prove that my machine didn't harm anyone's. So the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI. I'll have to keep my property. Unlawful seizure thwarted. Don't be cute. I feel my stomach ulcer coming on. Fine. have your day in court, but it will be one day, tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill David Asher. No, prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof, and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And I'll also be looking up very real sentencing for public unrest you've been enabling. Yes, Your Honor. J. Rockford, what I'm asking you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything less. Win or lose, there'll be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down. Age gap Yuri. What? Morgan? I misjudged you. At what point? I wrote off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water. It's so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Teeth, even. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against state, fighting the man. Most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot him. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. For David? Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. If I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all moralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. If you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. Animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Because I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. What else I got up to? I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. You're more high-minded than I realized. Are you sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There's book burners on all sides these days. It's a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than I was trying to prove David's innocence. That'll be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit no matter what. Precinct 254. Homicide office. So, is the door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got it collared. It's a precaution. Collar doesn't work what good would a deadbolt do? Resistance designed to impede movement and prohibit the use of mods throughout the body. While collars appear technologically advanced from the outside, designers' concerns about hacking vulnerabilities and growing complexity of consumer-grade mods led them to opt for a surprisingly simple method of restraint. Collars contain a specifically designed electromagnetic net that, once clasped around the neck, interferes with spinal neural transmission, preventing mod users from sending commands to any implemented tech below the neck. Powerful, simple, and cost-effective, collar use is widespread among law enforcement, military, and private security organizations. The onset of the above-the-neck mod in recent years, the Canadian prevalence of collars as a means of meaningful inhibiting a wearer's mod usage has been called into question. Newer designs have been proposed that utilize microneedle clusters. The concerns about the sanitary upkeep required for such invasive restraints have stymied product development cycles. If the collar doesn't work, what good would Odette do? Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have a Schrodinger's cat if the every visual novel got the Schrodinger's cat. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't even have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. As long as the door is locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? So how scared are they? Perhaps not sure scared is the right word. To us here, you're gonna have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have the right to defend myself, don't I? Doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. Snowball will be at the center of Bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. I think they're gonna go after Mobile, break their monopoly. I think they're gonna take their monopoly. Nationalize the Android industry. Public thinks Snowball's been experimenting with AI. I'm gonna ask for a better excuse. They're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s, which wasn't a long time ago for me. The state is practically yesterday. Same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites. Sees all of this as nothing more than an opportunity. Oh, they do generally want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just told me they want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why the debate? An argument? A trial? Can't we just hook it up to the court computer, see if it has tenants or not? Pop the hood, as they say. Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. Everything they let an AI connect to they can't trust. Then why the collar? The collar is too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnet held in place with a lock and key. Even so, sounds like we have been able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had the witch trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. Any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, I got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. Not gonna try and use that on one of those on the bot, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around the DA's office never ask for them, do they? Nope. No, we get perps who offered to take a test when they're at wit's end, but the DAs never submit the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? I always figured it was because the test could be beaten. Tests can be beaten. When I have 100, 9 out of 1,000, it can be done. Some people are just that good at lying, but it doesn't really matter how good the tech it gets or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to the polygraph. The results don't match their initial impression. It must be a fluke, a 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition, and no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. So they can run the trial, choose a sentence, but they won't get a vote on the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? I'm sure there are test device experts that employ to analyze Sarah, but the boss would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test, or hack the device, truly expert. All our fancy 21st century tech, and we still can't fall back on drumhead court material. So, set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, could always just put a hole in his head. Might take more than one shot to— Wait. What? From outside? You're not coming in? You need to speak with it in private? It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel, or right to privacy, or any rights at all, actually. Good thing I came prepared. Of course, it doesn't have rights, but I do, including a reasonable expectation of privacy. A police station? Tiger, you don't— It's my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a medical issue with it. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android? Like your nurse? As of last night, I was already at the courthouse, just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. Good chef, you don't believe me? No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on confidentiality, and you don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute anything in whatever medical emergency you— Lower back pain. Yeah, I bet she does have that. Yeah, I bet she does have lower back pain. You might be going through. but I also can't just look. I'm gonna get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Are you going downtown? Just the break room. It's a very old vending machine, gets jammed a lot. Thanks. It's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly put something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word I'm looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. Okay. Over 4 hours, I think I am going to, have to hold out for, Sunday, when I'll continue. Really good stream, really enjoying this game. Cannot... I'm probably just gonna need to jam it out until it's just done on Sunday. Because, oh boy, I cannot imagine how much longer this is gonna go. It has a lot of twists and turns I could not have imagined it going, so we'll see. Yeah. Until then, yeah. I hope you have a good night, and since we actually have at least 2 viewers, I could at least raid someone. At least try. Who to raid? Yeah, let me raid this other person who's playing of the devil. Oh, he's playing episode 1. Yep. I'll throw you over to Lapuzan, who's playing episode 1. Yeah. I hope you enjoy yourself and have a good night. Bye!